Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're going to be continuing our PowerWash playthrough today. Keep going with that PowerWash Simulator too. But before we do, let's check in with the kitties. We do have Ember on the table, Sky on the side of the desk, Mason on the bed, Sammy in the play area, Sherbet passing by. Hey, buddy. Hey. Oh, but good times, good times. Let's get rolling. Okay. There's a little bit of hitch in the capture there for a moment. But yeah, we just ended with one, and we will continue. Hey there, Schmuggums. Welcome. Let's see. This should be a quick one. Welcome to the big time. Don't know if you remember that classic film from back in the day, Driving Me Nuts, about the car with the haunted steering wheel. I think that's a car that we cleaned in the first game. Sure you do. Well, I was in it. Only a kid then, of course, but recently I got thinking that it's due a reboot, and bought not just Esther's original vintage car, but also the rights to the entire Driving Me franchise. We're starting with Driving Me Barking, about a car that gets imbued with the consciousness of an unruly puppy. We've just filmed the pivotal scene where it digs up a bone, and now we need it clean. We need it cleaned for tomorrow's set piece at the dog grooming salon. There was a crossover with, they did a crossover in PowerWash for SpongeBob SquarePants. They did a couple of crossovers. Never played the Shrek one. But the SpongeBob one had the invisible boat car, I think it was. And as you cleaned it, it vanished. Like, any clean swaths were invisible. It was a nice touch. Don't mind him. He can't bark or bite. I think we're going to need to use a lot of soap on this one. I suppose it could run you over, though, so be gentle with him. Gonna assume that the edges of the windshield in the trim will have a lot of caked on stuff. That's usually the case. Hey there, Timmy. Welcome. We are just getting started. So you have arrived just in time. Sparkly. you're not familiar, this is PowerWash Simulator. It is kind of what it says on the tin, though I feel it stands high above other simulator-style games in that it doesn't take itself too seriously, and there's actually a full-on narrative with this. Goofy little storyline that carried through the entire first game and now into the second. Looks like all of the chrome details are going to need soap. Well, they don't need soap, but it's a hassle otherwise. Hey there, Kason. Welcome. Don't forget to wash behind the ears. He loves that. And hello, Rapid Fire. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you. That one is Mason. Would we be able to see? You can probably spot 4 of them right now. So Mason on the bed, Molly and Sky in the around the food, Sammy in the play area, and Ember crossing the table over to me right now. Sherbet is not visible. This is a game about cleaning stuff. But we try to keep the kitties on camera. If none of them are visible and I haven't noticed, let me know. Okay, well, hopefully that'll deal with all the caked on stuff. A lot of cats can be a handful, but they're sweethearts. I'll tell you right now, this film's gonna break all records. But don't worry, I won't spoil it for you. What's my favorite game? That's a tough one. PowerWash Simulator is one of my favorite games. If I had to choose across every game I've played, my favorite would be a game called Tunic. It was incredibly engaging. Thanks, Tibbs. I try to make custom thumbnails for games. I do the coding stream so much that I just have a basic one for that. The time traveler's bone wants to get to Esther's car so it can be reunited with its consciousness, but... Where is that? There's got to be a way to pull up the in-job stuff. Oh well. Can I play my favorite game? Tunic is not one that I would really replay. It's one that I think is worth playing, but a lot of the charm of the game is in that initial exploration, the sort of navigating the mysteries. Hey, Lore. If you already know all the secrets, then it loses a lot of it. But this is a game that I greatly enjoy, and we are currently playing it. This is amongst my favorite games. But what constitutes my favorite game is going to change a lot, because it's, if I'm playing it avidly, then I really enjoy it. Yes, you play as a little fox. It's a very Zelda-style interface. Early Zelda. Bumper's still got some grubby bits. Soap wasn't terribly effective in the first game. It wasn't a really good option, but it is this time. Brake lights, one of the ears, and the nose. There we go. Let's see that time lapse. What I call silver screen service. We're on our way to the dog grooming salon. It's going to be utter carnage. Thinking about it, maybe we should have filmed them the other way around. Oh well, live and learn, huh? See you around, probably sooner than you think. P.S. Cardigan says woof. Ever played fighting games? We're setting aside Smash Brothers, which I played the one that was released on Switch. It kind of gets lumped in with fighting games, but I think the last major fighting game I ever played was really Mortal Kombat 2, so I don't really play a lot of them. I appreciate the spectacle and skill that goes into them, but outside of like really casual play with something like Smash, I don't like them. Okay, Dirt Finder. It appears both of us are going up in the world. I have become the new mayor of Caldera County in its entirety. While you are to wash my flagship billboard 30 feet above the interstate, due south of Lubra City. It's cleaning puns all the way down. Have I ever played Assassin's Creed? Yes. It's a mixed bag, but it's a good series. the Assassin's Creed falls into the type of game that I play casually and I refer to as murder simulators. As in, I play them just to run Rampage. The storylines, not so much. Thanks for swinging through, Kaysen. Inadvertently dirtied by a process that doesn't concern you. Must confess to still harboring grave concerns as to your character, but I remain committed to your sublimity as a power washer. It would be remiss of me not to exploit the talents of someone when it's within my grasp to do so. Much obliged. The mayor was a, pseudo-villain in the last one. Okay, we have two different scaffolds. I don't know why we would necessarily need... Oh, okay. The lower one so we can get under it. Yellow will get most of this here. So I will try to chatter during this. It's very easy for me to get wrapped up in this game. Hello, Cruel. I know we've had our run-ins in the past, but I think it's time we let water pass under the bridge, or, in this case, over the highway. Oh. There's Ulysses. How far can we run here? There's Bubble and Squeak. Sunbathing. Man, this is an awful billboard. And I don't even need to see what's on it. I know it's awful because this is shiny chrome on the side of a highway in a desert area. This thing has got to be blinding at some times of day. When stuff gets dirty in this game, it gets filthy. Which I guess for a power washer is job security. So there's that at least. Definitely an interesting shape that we'll be dealing with in this one. Appreciate that the grime on this isn't too thick. Make sure I get those bolts. Happily, if I do miss one of them in some way, it'll be an easy enough target to hunt down after it. As much of the ladder as we can from below here. Welcome back, Devin. We are continuing our PowerWash 2 playthrough. Just got started with this yesterday. Been doing okay. Our game development continues, though this game will be a nice break, I think. Mason is snoozing. Stream time is generally sleepy time. Past day for me has been pretty good. Sleep was actually good last night. So I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop there, you know? See what sort of cosmic price is due for that. Oh wow, that's on there. This boat supposedly gets more pressure, but it doesn't spray. It doesn't get as much results from the wider nozzles. Can't say I can tell the difference, but apparently. Everything we can reach from down here, since we're going to be up and down scaffolds for a bit in this one. Oh, okay, you can fully climb that ladder. Sticky surface. I mean, depends on the fiction of the world in a particular bit of zombie fiction. In traditional zombie fiction, viral spread is body fluid based. The bite. The Last of Us did fungal zombies, so the spores. So as long as some amount of air did not contain the spores, or did not contain active spores, it wouldn't spread. So, like many things, it depends on the rules of the world. We do a wider one? Yeah, we can do a wider one at this range. Good. I know that we're getting full cleaning coverage here, but we're getting better, we are getting good coverage, reasonable coverage. Oh, okay, I didn't get the full set with this one. Don't want to spend too much resource on the lower tier washers, if instead just save up for the higher tier ones. Then buy the lower ones for completion's sake. So, time is money is one of those statements that gets... Frequently, it is used to justify mistreating workers. Like, I don't care if you've done the job that you're hired to do. You could be doing more. But a way to look at it is time is a commodity. Time has value. If you like how you're spending the time, and you acknowledge that there are other ways you could spend it, but choose to spend it a particular way, then fine. Then you are maximizing your value for time. If you don't like how you're spending your time, then that's a problem. But basing it entirely on, like, could I be making money out of this time is often... It often comes from a bad place. Let's put it that way. Whether that is, again, trying to squeeze workers for more than you're paying them for, or you're trying to sell, seats for your hustle culture seminar. You heard about this new Town of the Year competition? Muck's gonna win for Scherzies. Scherzies. %. What other town has a statue that fires a beam from its pineal gland into a dormant volcano for seemingly no reason? Well, not anymore, eh, Percy? This puts the mayor, this mayor into question again. Muckingham started as a hamlet for the dung collectors of a Pumpton stable. We've come a long way. So my guess here is that this billboard is to promote the mayor's new favored town, and that the gem has been stolen to weaken the chances that Muckingham would win. That's my current guess is to our narrative flow. Because I just can't imagine, given the way they're portraying the mayor, that they've turned a new leaf and are a good person now. Given that our last engagement with them was them coming up with a scheme that would have destroyed the town in lieu of, mining rights. All right, let's see if we can get that list a little bit here. Then we will move the platform. Up and around. Up and around. What does the matter, Sky? Remember what this kind of thing is called, but it's interesting that, well, no, it's probably expediency, but you have the kind of slip-resistant patterning on the bottom here. A little kind of nubbins on the surface. Nice. Rotate it around again. Too far away, I think. There we go. That should be better. Switch to yellow for some of this just to get some coverage. And as I've said, folks, I will try to remember to chat periodically. That's kind of, a thing I should be doing. But it's real easy to just sort of trance out in this game. It's very meditative. Very soothing. Kind of thing you'd expect to see in those satisfaction videos, but you don't, because it would take effort to play a game. Not to say that all such videos are not without effort, it's just... it's a common vector for content slop. How much of this panel we missed on the other side shortly. Doesn't look like any of it, actually. Yeah. Nice. Loosen some of that up while we're over here. This will work better. Align it the other way. Like there's some parts on the outside there that we missed. We'll get it soon enough. Soon enough. I figure we'll play this for a while, either until we finish it or until, inexplicably, I need a break from this game. Then we'll get back to our game project, keep that moving. I think I'll be able to get all of that excess here, but... oh, we did. Nice. Oh, yeah. Just a whole bunch of it there. Alright. Let's do a pass around the edge with the taller scaffold here. Make sure we get the outside of the railing, since those will be hard to hit elsewhere. Sort of device there. I don't know what that is. Apparatus, perhaps. I appreciate the extra ladders they put on these things. Could be a bit of a hassle in the last one, especially with the really tall scaffolds. Should be able to use the circle dealie once we get up here. So do you think, what do you think of my Town of the Year initiative? Like a dose of healthy competition to ignite a community, wouldn't you agree? Can't quite get there all the way. Hatch is extra grubby. Yeah, I can pick that one up. There it is. Hitbox for the pickup part was kind of wonky. Hey there, Sticky Man. Welcome again. As may be apparent, continuing with PowerWash here. Huh. Always interesting when you, interesting when somebody has encountered the music before, you know? Would like to place. There we go. Used all kinds of music on the channel before, but it's more or less settled for the last long while on this sort of more somber music. I suspect that thing there is one of our new tools, the little swing seat thing. We shall see. How you doing, Molly? Get all the edges here. Then we'll switch to the little disc washer thing. There's a lot of music that does that same thing to me, Stiggy. Pipe organs do that to me. Most of the time. At least the music that you generally associate with a pipe organ. This is a billboard, Tess. The billboard whose purpose does not concern me, according to the mayor of the entire county, which is apparently a thing as well. A billboard where they've used an excess of chrome in order to blind drivers, it would seem. Amusingly, that would be a count. You know, just like a duke leads a duchy. At least, you know, back in the day. Get under this. This looks like the little kind of crane seat thing that is a new tool in the sequel. I want to clear out as much as I can before we deploy that thing, since it seems to have its own kind of space consumption to it. By the way, Dirt Finder, I need my cat back. I said, he was a villain in the initial one. The photo ops are gearing up, and of course he'll be needed for my promotional tour of the county with his hat on. His cat wandering around was a constant kind of gimmick of the first game, but additionally, his cat, like, the things he did for his cat were indications of the sort of corruption and embezzlement. The golden cat-themed escape boat that he was going to ride down the river after his shenanigans with the mining laser destroyed the town. There are a lot of like songs and traditions, especially the ones that are very regional, in some religions that are actually derived from more local traditions. There are a lot of elements of religions that have become kind of global just because of, you know, availability of global media. There are plenty of traditions that are entirely regional, because they were always regional things and they were just adopted. They were kind of absorbed as a change in local cultural makeups. So, you know, you'll have the things that are incredibly traditional and associated with a given religion in one place and not at all in others. Like, in a lighter way, how Kentucky Fried Chicken is often considered like a Christmas family meal or a Christmas tradition in some parts of Japan. Or at least it was. I don't know if it still is, but for a good while it was. Do. Hello, Ember. Hello, Ember. To choose how you're going to sit, ma'am. That's how I'm going to sit, is to be held and pet extensively. Hello, Zario. Welcome. I'm wrangling cat while simultaneously playing PowerWash here. Oh man, missed that entire swath there. What's up with that? Ma'am. Well, I'm trying to get my schedule back coherent, if not, 100% reliable, so maybe the streams will be easier to catch now and again, Hey. Ember is being quite demanded. Demanding words and things. Oh, no, you don't. Ember will pull down the pop filter on my microphone if I don't keep an eye on her. Delay by cat. That last camera lurch was her flying onto my chair. It says, but I need love. Ember is snuggliest during stream time. Most of the others just get increasingly sleepy. Sky will occasionally pop over to be a nuisance. But for Ember, stream time is snuggle time. Not constantly, you know, she'll sit in her spot, but... Ma'am. To lean over and, like, give her ear scratches while she, like, claws at my hand. It's that sort of playful nip and a grab kind of stuff. Alright, how'd this thing work? Place. Oh, neat. Oh! Okay, space jumps out of it. Noted. And also very convenient. I suspect we will not be frequently given this device. Okay, and going too high will will toss you out of it. Noted. Hello again, Amesna. A lot of cartoon animals on this. Complete a wash task while abseiling. Abseiling? I don't know. Is that mayor serious? He can't take Ulysses back. Does he even know about her kittens? Ember, no. You are energetic today, ma'am. Yeah. the noise filter is very effective and is necessary because there are some house noises on the regular that are very disruptive. But those pauses when I'm talking to the cats are usually include responses from the cats. Raised letters seem to have a heavier grime on them. So we have deployed foamy soap. Sort of illustrated characters you'd expect to have on like a, you know, a gold-spined children's book. I don't remember what those are called. Are those even still a thing? Kind of books that had, like, you know, the hungry caterpillar and whatnot. Or see spots in the like. Oh, there we go. A nice little touch, the little abseiling rig. Definitely beats out running the scaffolds around left and right. Is this a common thing with billboards now? This, like, pegboard back? Or is this just, like, they have this when there's no, like, covering for the underside of a billboard? Or is it, like, a thermal dissipation kind of layer? I'm not up on my billboard tech. So I'm wondering what kind of horrible scam / plot this Town of the Year thing is. Because they've definitely set the mayor up as a villain again. No redemption arc for this fellow. You can't put it there. Was one expected to get that? Well, we'll go a little at a time, I guess. What we can, where we can kind of scenario. I guess we could climb it with the without an extension on the nozzle and get them on the way up. No, something that would be grotesquely unsafe with a real power washer. The twitch is from when I get too close to the range of the washer. So whenever it passes over the step, it pulls in because it's too close for me to use it. Sadly, that resets the centering of the, What's the matter with this? Huh? And demands reassurance. Reach up and he'll... Oh. Don't recall when that happened, but sadly the PowerWash sound wasn't playing for you folks. Oops. How strange. Huh. Alright, let me try to fix this. Some of it could be because when I lean over to Ember or Mason, I'm talking directly into the microphone. It's weird. I don't know why it happens that way, because like I said, when I pump the sound back into my headphones, it doesn't happen, but maybe that's part of the equation, is that the headphones don't pick up the distortion. Which would still be weird, but, you know, here we are. Nice. I'm hoping this peak cleaning, this is peak cleaning. We're looking for someone to clean our tea room over at Power Falls. Ah, it's not showing the scaffolds. Great River National Park. Isn't it astonishing how the universe works? We just finished our annual karmic mud-flinging workshop, and we're looking at our wonderful tea room covered top to bottom, when my assistant asked if it would ever be clean again. I laughed and said, "Of course it will." And at that exact moment, a flyer for a power washing company blew into the courtyard and stuck itself to the wall. Whilst the mud made that one unreadable, it reminded me that we already had your number from Harper, who we'd had a great time at our workshop. Okay, what do we got in the shop yet? We're sitting at $1,000 here. We've still got a way to the Pro and the Urban X, but maybe it's actually a... No, we've still got a bit to save up to be able to utilize it when we get it. I didn't check for a gnome in the last one, but... Gnome. Oh, there's two... Oh, there's a lot of gnomes. There's a lot of gnomes. Let's pile them up. Interfere with my cleaning with their creepiness. Recall way back on Nickelodeon, a long time ago, Nickelodeon. Not so long ago that it was, referring to cheap penny arcades, but there was a program called David the Gnome. It was, probably overgeneralizing, but, general Scandinavian region mythology style gnomes. The region that Tolkien initially got the idea of trolls from. Trolls that turn to stone in the daylight. Don't know if you've ever tried karmic mud flinging. It's quite amazing. First you think of anyone who has ever wronged you. Then you fling a big dollop of mud, pick up a big dollop of mud and fling it whilst uttering what we call the expletive of forgiveness. No, not like general European red caps or anything, just like general earthen mythical spirits. Generic fairy creature of the area. Red caps are different in that they wouldn't be these pointy caps. Red caps are usually presented as floppy caps. And that is the mythological murder fairy that dips its hat in the blood of its victims. A variant of them show up in the Baldur's Gate game. There's a whole lot of horrible murder monsters in mythology. There's a lot of, like, you know, effectively fairy tales were cautionary tales. You know, the don't go out in the woods, you might get hurt. Often delivered as don't go out in the woods or the horrible murder monsters will horribly murder you. The Keiichi, the cat fairy. I believe that one is potentially one of the origins of Puss in Boots. All kinds of tradition tied to different folklores, you know? Those sort of why do we do this thing sort of traditions. On top of the, you know, your collection of creepy ghosty kind of things, you know, your yokai and whatnot, you also get the collection of the animate inanimate, the, you know, the tool that has been used for 1,000 years and so it has gained sentience kind of stuff. Traditions for why do we treat our tools well? Well, if the tools get old enough and we've mistreated them, they might try to kill us. Mason is being very whiny today. winter solstice mythology in various areas, or a lot of European ones, where there are some really wild monsters that show up during winter solstice and then became Christmas-related critters as a result. Your cramp high and the like. Remember, there's one that is... It's at least Baba Yaga adjacent as far as how it was described. And then it's she has her children, the Yule lads. They're like little evil fairy things that all have a bit of particular mischief that they do. You know, these sort of, if you don't do this, one of them will do this to you. And they range from like minor mischief to like horrific maiming. Like, what does this one do? Well, he'll wear the paint on your favorite toy. Oh, and what's this one do? He'll eat your fingers. The things that fairies will hurt you for, or, you know, comparable creatures, is a good way to get an idea of what the values were in an area at the time, you know? You know, again, the punishment for this is a mild inconvenience. The punishment for this is injury for life. This is one of those very whimsical locations that has a sign by the highway, you know, come visit the world's, like, only T-shaped tea house located on the side of a mountain in this particular county. Your, you know, largest ball of yarn style locations. It's full of whimsy. And overpriced gewgaws. And if you're lucky, doodads. But not thingies. We don't take kindly to thingies around here. Proper God-fearing doodad and gewgaw territory. No thingies allowed. Ladders and scaffolds and whatnot around for this one. Alright, floors in segments, so switch to doing it that way. Like brass fittings on a drain? Swanky. Hey, Wishy, you're down at the Tea of Tranquility today. How's it looking? Wasn't so tranquil there yesterday, I can tell you. In fact, be a way to bring that back up. Let's see, is there a control for that? Not the task list. That's unfortunate. Some of those little text messages are a lot of fun. Real quickly, we're going to take a break. I keep missing them, missing the regularly scheduled breaks during this game. It's an indication of how engrossing it is. But I will be back momentarily, and remember, folks, if you like what you see and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. But I will be right back. And we're back. Alright, let's get this part here. Had to top up cat food and water bowl and all kinds of stuff converged. Should be able to see a few of them there. Once it loads. Cats can be real picky about their water, so, and especially if you give them dry food, you need to make sure they're drinking plenty of water. So, having just refreshed the water, several of them went over to get a drink. Molly and Sherbet, though, will run over there to eat food pretty much every time I put some food down. Sherbet because he's got one of those infinite metabolisms, and Molly because she's turning into a bit of a chonk and overeats. So I try to only put down a little bit each time. Lets them understand whether they're full or really hungry or not more easily than if you put out a whole bunch. Because you will get some pets that are just full-on gorgers. They'll eat whatever you put out for them in a sitting. And if that's too much, they can make themselves sick to their stomachs by just trying to eat all of it because it's there. Hey, Donald. Welcome. Wow, there's a doormat under that somewhere. So much filth. There was a discount on the fancier catnip at the pet store, so I have recently topped up the catnip in the toy infuser. To no small success. Gets used up pretty quick because pretty much all of mine that react to it like to eat it. It is, Donald. It is a very satisfying game. I feel like it would be bad for the health of plants if you power wash them into the dirt if they are in directly like this. But clearly, what do I know? Alright, let's soap this. Hello, Molly. Hello, Molly. Molly has come for lap time. exterior of this was pretty resistant, so I'm just going to soap it down. The soap is universally good, but if the dirt's not dense enough, you waste time with effectively a double coat. But if it is dense enough, you can save a lot of time. Nice little rapid fire positive reinforcement there. I have a lot of hope for improvements with GTA 6. That would be nice. There are a lot of elements of GTA 5 that were really not excusable for the time that the game was made in, like the era, and are extra inexcusable now. Like, the user interface of that game is appalling. Like, you can get away with an ugly UI, but user interface should be usable. Facilitate the use in the user, you know? Does not generally expect tile when it comes to a flower bed. Out all the edges of the ground here, and then we'll get that done, and then we'll move on to tea house proper. Keyboard and mouse, yes. I suspect controller is an option for that, but like anything with, point and aim, mouse and keyboard are generally a stronger option. But the way the game works, it wouldn't really be a problem. I mean, you got all the time in the world. Now, see, for me, mouse and keyboard are much easier on my wrists. There are particular types of game that the way that I have to hold my hand can be a problem. But gamepads will cause my arm and wrist problems to flare up within a day. It gets real bad real fast. It varies per person, you know? Posture at the computer is a big part of, like, how that aggravates your nerves or not, like how you're sitting, that kind of thing. I will say you've definitely got more options for how you, like, can situate yourself with a gamepad. It's a real positive factor. Those are some big footprints. Very cryptid level big feet. One element of gamepad that I really appreciate is analog input. Supposedly there are some folks working on some switches for keyboards that would allow you to have analog input, like degrees of press, which would be fantastic for games with driving. Just see Sammy on the right there. Caught her laying down in the play area more lately. To be fair, 95% of it was due to this huge fella from the boonies. Honestly, you should have seen him. He had the silhouette of a Sasquatch and the karmic footprint of an angry wasp. It would explain the big feet. Ding. I think it's the same sort of mental stimulus, whether real or simulated. This whole clear the shape kind of vibe, you know? It's why disingenuous advertisements will often be played over this kind of activity. Like squeegeeing a window, wiping soap off of a car. Something just sort of clicks for the little pattern recognition brain to have a shape cleanly revealed. No, we got another floor segment here. Saying yesterday, they actually have tools like this little disc thing. The ones I've seen are like big floor waxers. Much heavier duty than just the gun, you know? Also, you know, bulky and less precise. Bigger version. As long as you've got a smooth surface, this is that you can cleanly reach. This is a good tool in this game. But it can be awkward to get it onto a surface in some cases. But if nothing else, a reasonable way to cover a lot of ground is like a preliminary pass. Yep, the PowerWash van. That can be customized, actually. Let's look at that real quick. Van cosmetics. Red van. Now I'm curious. Oh, wow. Red. You can't see yourself outside of the replays in single player. Now the real question will be, does my character in the replay change clothes like some portion of the time through it, you know? Or does it just use your current outfit as your avatar in the replay? We're gonna find out. One of the comical elements of this game is that it's published by Square Enix. And it was published by Square Enix after they really were getting out of third-party publishing. It is one of those, really? They're the ones publishing this kind of aspects. I do appreciate that the cosmetics use a different currency than the upgrades. So if we look, the washer equipment uses the dollars. The upgrade, the cosmetics use the little power wash monies. gonna nab that. We are gonna... We're going to do incremental upgrades. The monetary values for the upgrades are high enough that I think it's worth getting the intermediates. In the first game, it was easy enough to just save up and get the best one. Maybe I'm just misremembering the cost factor, but... But yeah, this definitely made a difference. The stronger one is noticeably stronger. Worth. What's the matter, Sammy? Yeah. Hey, Claire. We're doing okay. Trying to give Sammy some attention, but she's real particular. They have you climbing all over stuff in this game. It'd be kind of fun as a result. See, not only like just traversing the environment, but seeing what you can climb onto without having to resort to like ladders and whatnot. Yeah, as an added wrinkle there, the YouTube is back on its kick of trying to use everybody's @ handle instead of their instead of a chosen handle. Sometimes you can climb up on things without having to use, like, ladder and whatnot. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's just a matter of getting the right angle to do it. Aqua Regis, I wonder if you're free to wash down my shooting gallery at the Wengerloof Carnival. They all call you different things. In the first game, part of the gag was the guy that was helping you promote being a power washer kept changing the name of the business with each like person he contacted. So they seem to be persisting that gag. I like to think that I clear the thing very systematically, you know. segment everything out, clear it a bit at a time, but it's very easy to get distracted by, ooh, I can clean that now. Over the original game, the sequel made it a lot easier to find the things that you missed once you get towards the end of a job. So that need to make sure you cover all of the ground right away is less so. So the first one, getting distracted could mean that you missed, like, a little bit of dirt under a bench somewhere, and you then have to figure out which bench does it mean. Yeah, they got moss and mold all over this place. They claim it's from some sort of, like, you know, Primal Scream style therapy session where you fling mud, but there's a lot of bird poop amidst that. Time lapse on this thing is going to be all over the place. Is a very relaxing game, Donald. It's one that's easy for me to play for protracted periods. Welcome back, Rapid Fire. The power washing continues. Thought I got all these. Be back to take you to meet your brethren soon. This game and a lot of the simulator games are indications that there is a lot that goes into choosing what, like, the goal is to make a game that is enjoyable, and sometimes enjoyable isn't something that you see out of mass market games. Frequently, it isn't. Because for some folks, this is like peak gaming, you know? And some folks might find this impossibly boring. But if it's an experience that you find enjoyable, like you make a game that you really enjoy, there's a decent chance that somebody else enjoys that same kind of game. But if you make a game that you don't enjoy, then maybe you just made something unenjoyable, you know? Make one you enjoy, then at least somebody likes it. So, what of you, huh? Gotta love working to that backdrop with ruthless all snow-covered and serene. That's probably the one, then? Mount Ruthless is a, once again dormant volcano. It suddenly ceasing to be dormant was part of the plot of the first game. Those that haven't heard it mentioned, this game does have a plot. Like, there is background and lore and narrative in addition to the power washing. Everything we can reach from up above before we drop back down, you know. At least the walls of this structure are very, like, smooth and shiny, so the muck strips right off of them. Can we use white nozzle? Oh, we can use white nozzle. Okay. Not perfectly, but at the range that we're using the nozzle, we can definitely use the widest one. How long have I been doing YouTube? A few years now. Several years now. definitely least few. Yep, you might not be able to see it, but they've got, like, water flow and whatnot. If there's enough water, sometimes you can hear it, like, trickling down. They improved the, like, spray of the water off of the nozzle and off of the surface when it strikes. You get different sounds based on the narrowness of the nozzle. Get a little bit more of an impact sound there. It's faint, but it's little differences, you know, little touches. Shift on up here. Yeah, let's soap this. Top of the teapot seems a little bit crustier. Some of the simulator games are pretty good at recreating an actual activity. Some of them are actually really bad at recreating the actual activity. Like, one of the aspects this one does a bad job on is the idea of, you know, how muck would flow. In this game, you frequently go from bottom to top, but you should do it the opposite way. So that you're not letting like, dirty muck flow back over the clean spots. But one thing the simulators do often serve to do is show people that there might be some enjoyment in everyday activities. Like, as mundane as it seems, you might find this basic kind of cleaning interesting. Or you might discover that you hate it. Either way. more soap. The soap that you use in this is effectively like scrubbing bubbles. Kind of disrupts the surface. Like a reaction when it hits the surface. It's not just it's not something that you scrub in. I joked about it, but Tass, another viewer on the channel, found some of them. There are speed runs of this game. Categories for like base equipment only, that kind of thing. Not too surprising. I mean, unless the game has something about it that impedes the act of speedrunning being a consistent operation, there is going to be speedrunning of it. Somewhere there is a there is a, you know, Hello Kitty Island Adventure any percent run. Nice. Come on. Oh, okay. Got the top of any of the windows that are present. Have any of the reach extenders on this yet? It was, there was actually DLC for the first one that was full-on Alice in Wonderland. Caterpillar's Chrysalis, the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, where you're very tiny. We get all the stuff that is like on the upward edge. We can more easily finish these from below. Well, we played that as part of the first game. It'll be interesting to see what kind of DLCs they come up with for the second one. What was another one? Oh, I would say the most out of left field DLC for PowerWash Simulator 1 was Warhammer 40,000. In which you play as a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus cleaning machinery. All of them generally Space Marine war machines. But still with a bit of the snark that the game is known for, where you have like a superior who is dumping the cleaning on you, but it's making you look good to do it. I still have to wonder how the Town of the Year competition is going to turn into some sort of evil plot. I haven't had to use it yet much, but this is what I refer to as the filth pulse. Makes any dirt show up in it like a yellow, like that big yellow color. Because once an object becomes very close to 100% clean, like there's that little bar in the upper left that drains out as you're cleaning it. Once it's low enough, it just removes the rest of the dirt for you. And you get that lovely ding sound. They've got a real, like, Pavlov kind of reaction going on in this game a lot of the time. I think it was around, like, 30 USD. Probably a little less than that. I think that was around it. I do not recall, but it's not like, you know, top tier AAA pricing $80 by any stretch. By top tier AAA, I mean top tier pricing AAA, not quality. I'll move machinery over here, but you can't make me actually use it. Can we afford one of the lengtheners on this one now? Oh, okay. There's just straight upgrades to the Swirl Force. You're not buying a different one. just buy one? Did I buy it for the wrong thing? $1,800. Oh, I bought it for the wrong thing. Oh. They sold a washer? What? You can sell them. You can sell the non-default ones. Well, that's wonky. I guess it's so that when you get an upgrade one, you don't need to keep the prior one, you know? Soap. Extension. There we go. That would be the first thing that I would say I have a complaint about. That is really easy to mess. I mean, you don't lose money, so there's at least that. Still more awkward than it needs to be. You are going to have to use a platform to get to the rest of that, though. Yep. Even when it's a game that you're just watching on a stream, if you have the resources, there are plenty of games where it's like, I've seen everything in it, but I enjoyed watching it so much. The devs still deserve a nod, kind of thing. Roof knob. One of the interesting things, there is layering to the grime. So there are elements of it that are more resistant than others. There are elements that you might want to use soap. And there are parts of it that if you're not using a strong enough stream or, just generally enough pressure, that will be left behind after the some of the softer layers. I'm not seeing it in the first one. Maybe it's an option to show it, but in the first one, when you had your cursor over the grime, it would tell you what kind of grime it was. You see this orange targeter here. That's new in the second game. That's pointing to elements of the cleaning that you're not done with yet. Like, you're not done with this part. It was very common in the first one to get to the end and be like, okay, what's missing? And you'd have to rely on this list, which they have also added the ability to filter things that are done. One of the little teacup chairs isn't done yet. Thought I got all that. But apparently I did not. Yeah, higher pressure and slower motion over the course of it will clean better. Which is one of those elements of accuracy that they've got. If you just, wobble it, it takes a lot longer to clean some of the things. Okay, that doesn't count. Someone's inside, or somebody recklessly left their the fire on, If you watch, this stuff is heavier. So there's the almost black muck there comes off real quick. But there are some of them that is this like lighter brown stuff that's really like caked on. Let's see here. Sometimes if you get the angle right, you can kind of hit around corners a little bit. One of the... No fall damage. Also, amazing traction on these rubber boots. Alright, time lapse. Okay, we're in the blue uniform here. And now we're... Yep, it changes based... It actually changed when we changed. Restored balance to the tea rooms. Stop by any time for a steamed bun and lavender tea on the house. The shooting gallery. Ah, sneeze. Oh there. I opened up this morning to find my shooting gallery covered in cotton candy and burger relish. One of the other stall holders, Kevin, claims to have seen a mini twister swooshing through the carnival in the middle of the night. Bit strange, though. There's nothing on the news or on any of the other stalls. In the prior one, there was a carnival that you returned to frequently. And it kept being mentioned that the whole place got trashed, but each individual stall owner contacted you after the other stalls got cleaned and made them look bad. Like, now their stall was the filthy one and they needed to fix it. Alright, where are the kitty cats this time? There's one of them. Squeak. Bubbles and Ulysses are the remaining ones. On the last one, you were able to do things like turn on the Ferris wheel to access other portions of it. I suspect we'll end up doing similar in this one. That's Bubbles. Now, we know in one of the prior ones, the prior mayor, one of the prior villains, they were the original owner of Ulysses, the cat with the blue collar, the mother of Squeak and Bubbles there. And they said they wanted Ulysses back. So the question is, have they already kidnapped the cat? Nope, there's Ulysses. Okay, they said, what was it? Pickle relish and cotton candy. I'm guessing the cotton candy is the purple? me get away with green nozzle for quite a bit here. How much money we got? Not a lot. But take this one and we can get the next tier of reach. That'll help. Given the classic nature of a lot of Carnival game boosts, it wouldn't be shocking if I sprayed this over them and they didn't get clean. That nasty and filthy looking was just kind of how they were. Washing my stall with an actual proper power washer. It's like taking a monster truck onto the bumper cars. Which really sounds like an experience I would like to have. If only for that first moment where the rest of the people are in the little bumper cars and they see the monster truck enter the ring. That one moment of dawning terror amongst all the others. Wonder if we'll get the same gimmick where after we clean this one, we'll get contacted by the others. Will the mysterious relish tornado strike again? Might as well do this. Get this all clean too. The semi-spherical things are cute. Reminds me of the animal companion buff equipment that you could get in Castle Crashers. Ball plushie. Aptly named. The individual letters. The booth is PowerWash Simulator, which explains their comment about the monster truck on bumper cars. Little bit of physics on the plushies. When you're hitting them with the power washer, it pushes them. Particular plush is still grubby somewhere. There we go. Very old school shooting gallery. Well, not really. I mean, water cuts and whatnot, but an actual shooting gallery. What we need, a power washer at an attraction that was already brazenly wasting water. Yeah. Kevin had issues. Sorry, Kevin, what? Okay, Cobb, don't get your cob on. I mean, it was clearly going to be gnome in a bunny suit. Okay. It was clearly going to be that, you know, Kevin trashed the place as soon as they were mentioned. But one must appreciate Kevin's capability as far as how they went about trashing the place. Like, they put effort in. Some artistry to the vandalism, you know? interior, you know? Part of the table is not clean. Over here. Yep. Bird call there. Help, I've got my road sweeper into a real jam, literally. Now, you unlock jobs before completing a level. It's a matter of, like, kind of completion points, not clearing the whole level. So you do unlock new ones as you, like, you will need to clear levels as you go to get to some of them. Assuming it's fully like the first one. I do like that, again, the new tools are not a necessity. They are much more of a, it's in your best interest to use them, but you don't have to. Which is always nice. That tends to go hand in hand with making upgrades tangible, is that the fact that you can complete it, but it's clearly harder than without them, makes the upgrade feel better. Like, I can tell that it's an improvement kind of thing, as opposed to, it cleans 2% better. Like, okay, yeah, technically upgrade, but still. derpy alligator there. Yeah, I think that's alligator. Crocodiles tend to have the wider mouth, I think. I feel like this place is going to be rife with, like the interior is going to be rife with first game references. Because this looks a lot like the temple. And we have the UFO over it. Yep. When you shoot the target, it opens. Neat touch. Yeah, it's the Sea Palace. Pushing some buttons. Trays that run along the bottom, constantly redirecting it all back into the spray guns. I thought you knew that. I did not. That would explain why your gallery gets progressively dirtier. Cute. So one of the other stall owners wrecked this place because they felt that it wasted water. Or they thought that it did. And now they're explaining to him it's like, no, it just, the water kind of loops through it. Which even with that kind of mechanism, you're going to get some evaporation and some spray, but it's better than not. This was a local, like, almost like a church or like a sacred order kind of thing. And I can't remember what the mayor did to offend them. But they ended up en masse going and egging the mayor's mansion. I think this was the one. Had the same architecture, but it's been a bit. The giant statue that suppressed the volcano. Well, aimed at the temple, which I think suppressed the volcano. I can't remember exactly. But I thought the statue's beam hit the temple and then it got boosted from there or something. Turns makes a beam sound. On the volcano, we can see the jet here with its little laser gun. That is what was causing the volcano to go active again. Something along those lines. It's a cute little nod that the all of this is like the details were not known to everybody, but the broad strokes of the events were. That the statue emitting that beam of light was a thing that happened and was still happening. wonder what the first instance of insistence that mer creatures wear seashell bras was. Like, where did that originate? Let alone the why of did that originate, but... I mean, there's the implication of, like, a whole mer-person cottage industry of not only finding seashells, but finding seashells of exactly the same shape and size in order to fulfill the needs of various mer people, you know? It's not like they would just be getting bought off the shelf as far as... You know, I just go to a shop and see if they've got my standard size. You'd have to find a place that had found seashells of that size. And crafted them into a proper mer bra. Nobody thinks about the economics and logistics of their fantasy imagery. Going to be a moderate hassle the way those tip over. Exactly, Kevin. I have to bleach the bejazzle out of it every third Sunday. I see. I had previously attributed the noxious smell to Fumarole Power Station. I shall amend my online reviews of their premises. I wonder if it's coincidence that they went with if they went with Kevin, as that is sometimes used as the standard male name equivalent of Karen. Many kitty. Current goal is finish this level. I mean, of course that's the current goal, but the goal for the stream is to finish this level. So right there, sometimes you can get the stream to hit kind of at a 90-degree angle if you're going back and forth across like a corner or similar. It's another one of those. I expect that they built the game to allow that kind of thing, to give you a greater margin for, or to tighten up the margin for error. Like, that it would be harder to miss little bits of it, you know? I mean, the guy's describing that he cleans it on the regular, but, you know, the cotton candy and relish, that the person that ransacked the place put effort in, like substantial effort into doing that. And for them to have likely done it overnight. They must have rented some sort of, like, you know, the kind of device that you'd use to put down the fake snow flocking over a large area kind of stuff. There would be specialized machinery involved in making this kind of mess. Going to remove the merman's gems now that they've been stolen, but I used really strong glue, and I'm sure they'll be recovered soon anyway, right? Recall this statue having the classic, you know, elementary through high school notebook doodle S/8 looking thing. to some of the upper things in here is going to be a bit fiddly. Low ceiling and all, you know? Pretty much all of the little things in here are stages in the original game. I mean, except for the volcano, but, you know. Easier way to get up here, at least. Nice. Getting there. Coverage with the green. Just make the coverage more effective. Recall a reference to a Bigfoot kind of thing in the first game, but I can't recall if there was more to it than just there were footprints, you know? You know, was it just a Bigfoot / Sasquatch reference? Or did they carry it further? Presence of this little part of the little power washing stand implies to me that there was at least a stronger reference to it, but like I said, I don't recall. It's been a bit. Or if you can turn the thing off to prevent you from constantly getting bumped by the targets. Hello, someone. Or someone. Either way, welcome. Playing PowerWash. These chill change of pace streams. Yes. Excellent. I played my summer car. Not familiar with it. If I had to guess, that sounds like one where you're like fixing up a car in a garage kind of thing. I don't know the game at all, but based on you saying it was similar to this in the name, that was my guess. Lore has emotes and he cannot be stopped. Unfair Fun Squad. Apology accepted, Kevin. That was not an apology, Cobb. It was a carefully worded clarification. Always the last word, Kevin. Which inevitably... Yep, there's Kevin again. Not at all. Almost out of the interior, which is such a confined space. Like that tiny pop-up restroom felt like it had more room inside of it. Plush. And the entire ceiling framework was a single instant. Almost. Well, we still got a ways to go. The exterior is still quite grubby as well. Almost done with the interior. Outside of the little forest level. That is Ember Rapid Fire. That camera is one of the ones that's relatively zoomed in. Ember is the smallest of the cats. Like, no contest, she is smallest. Hey there, Neon. Okay, I think that's the interior done. Continue the cleansing of the exterior. Stuff on top is caked on a little bit. We might end up breaking out soap up there. Rapid Fire, I am streaming on Twitch as well. I have a widescreen on YouTube and Twitch, and then the tall format, which you are watching through on YouTube. Maximizing coverage. Thank you for the follow over there on Twitch, Rapid Fire. Sort of. They're looking at a thing. Huh. Yeah. Checking my notification list for something. I feel like pressure washing a generator in use is something that you shouldn't do. I don't know if that's the case, but it just feels like it should be something you don't do. Like that Dirt League sketch about water cooling. Now they keep overheating, even if I add more water. Liquid cooling systems are just broken. They don't work. How you think liquid cooling works. Pulls out a desktop PC with the the case of it opened in a tub of water. See? PC? Liquid cooling. Dumps water on it. Sparks everywhere. League content can be spotty, but they got a lot of real gems. It's ultimately true of anybody making content. Not everything is gonna stick, you know? Quite a bit up on the roof, I guess. This exterior, maybe, 85% tops, I would expect, once we're done with it. Maybe more, but... So I know we still have, like, the hangers for the ball stuffies. Those and the lights associated with them have to be cleaned from above. Wasn't too far off. Okay. Another one of those games where occasionally I find myself kind of craning my head to try to look around the flat surface of the screen. You know, it's the classic leaning when you're playing Mario Kart. It does nothing, but it feels like it should. We don't have any purple up here, which implies that this is mistaken argument related grime. Expecting it to be caked down a little thicker here, but apparently not. I wonder if this is smooth enough that I'll be able to use the big floor cleaner one. Carve out all the borders. Big circle cleaner doesn't do great on edges. Alright, does this do any good here? Not bad. Wow, we can even get that rounded edge up there. Not bad. It's not that it has to be on the surface, it's that it's most effective when it is. It's that it's several rotating close range washers underneath it. So underneath the disc you get a lot of good coverage. Seems like we're just going to be able to kind of spiral our way up to the top there. won't be viable to get the whole of this surface here, but we can get a nice initial pass. Yeah, if it's not right over top of it, it doesn't work well. A really good initial pass for it. Switch though. Steeper angle makes it more awkward to use on the top of the slope. Final stretch, so it's showing us some of the things that aren't done yet. Getting there. We're getting there. Wondering how it'll handle the time lapse on this one. Will it give us an alternate view when we're inside, you know? It did on the little restroom thing, so... Get away with white here. Kinda. That determination of, is the wider nozzle good enough? Get sufficient coverage that you only have to go back and forth a little bit with the wider area, you might be able to save overall number of brush strokes as opposed to perfect coverage and sweep might be still slower than occasionally having to go back. What else we've got? Oh, okay, well there's that other side of the tent top, so that'll probably be it. Both of those seem like they will be enough to cover the remaining 2%. Seemed like it would be 2%, but it could still easily be something down below that we missed. Of the Sea Palace. Okay. There we go. All right, let's see that replay. Okay, still primarily, almost pretty much exclusively from outside in the front. It's amazing. Can't wait for Kevin to see this. This is the ultimate final word. And one of the things that you can do with decoration is to get furniture. Which takes customization bucks, but let's do that. Yep. Okay, you buy the furniture and then you have to clean it. Doesn't need the soap, but we're going to use the soap. Futuristic rug, it says. Not uncommon to equate hexagon patterns with futuristic. Rug. Nice. Button. All right, folks. Hope you had a good time watching with us today. We're going to be continuing our kind of PowerWash 2 stream hiatus here. Or hiatus streams. We will be getting back to programming soon enough, but for now, probably lots of PowerWash. It's nice and relaxing. Well, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All that good stuff does help the channel. If you'd like to consider supporting the channel more directly, you can do so through platform-specific means like memberships and subscriptions, as well as through off-platform means like Patreon and Coffee. All links to my channels are in the link tree in my bio and profile. With that said, though, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.